Check, check, check. All right. Check, check, check. I think everybody can hear me. We will begin. Take a look at the radar. Just dive on in. Actually, first let's take a look at Tullahoma at the moment. All right. We have some cloud coverage that we're seeing. Beautiful. We're going to see these SLCs throughout the morning, although it is 11 a.m. I say morning for some strange reason. There's SLCs, scary looking clouds. We'll dive into some of these cams as we're looking around. This is Decaturville, Tennessee. I'll show you where that's at real quick on the map. Give me Decaturville. Give me Decaturville. Let's see. moving into, let's see. Yeah, there we go. So that's a look at Decaturville at the moment. Right here, you see a pretty high signature decibels up near Lexington at the moment. Any more than this, I mean, we could be seeing some hail mixed in with these signatures. Next we have, let's take a look at Savannah, Tennessee. There we go. Savannah, Tennessee's down here. I might change this cam real quick. I can see something actually applicable. Oh, man, there's some pretty nice fume dims being formed. Actually, this should not be Savannah, Tennessee. Ah, that's the issue. All right, give me just a second, y'all. Beauty. That's Hohenwald, Tennessee. All right. So we're looking at Hohenwald. Right here, as these storms start, well, they might actually pass over. Let's see if we can get another cam in there. But for us, as we head into the day, we do have some severe weather possibilities. We'll keep watching. We're going to address the at the moment severity. This was released by SPC. Let's see what time. Looks like 10 a.m. It's valid from 10 a.m. So we'll take a look real quick at this. So the SPC has set out a severe thunderstorm watch for our area right in here until 5 p.m. So we do have some concerns about getting some severe weather today. We'll keep you informed all day. Well, unless it dies down, then I'm going to go home and see my son who's coming in from college. I I told him there might be an issue with driving in today. He really didn't want to listen to it, but praying for him, y'all. But we'll take a look at what the SPC has released on this. We see these hazards and the likelihoods form here. There's a low tornado hazard, very low EF2 plus tornadoes, but a high probability of wind, severe wind, and severe hail and 2-inch plus hail is also moderate. So there is some high chances of some wind damage with these for sure. Western and Middle Tennessee. Primary threats include scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour is likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter. A tornado or two is possible. So we're gonna be ready for this. Severe thunderstorm watch area is approximately along 70 statute miles north and south of a line from 55 miles southwest of Memphis. So we're looking at some damaging winds today. Multiple lines and clusters of thunderstorms will track across the watch area through the afternoon. Very moist and unstable air mass will promote a risk of damaging winds, large hail, and the stronger storms. So we do have some stronger storms coming in, so we'll keep a watch on this, y'all. All right. We're actually seeing some of these little what I call blips, but some of these can actually form, as you can see here, into some supercells, some spotty things going on that could turn into some larger storms, as we see. I mean, these can grow, especially with the conditions that we have in our atmosphere today, and we can take a look at that real quick. All right. So let's take a look. This is our day one convective outlook. And so what we're seeing here is an enhanced risk of severe weather for today in our area. In fact, we're right at we're not in the dead center, but we are in the middle of this orange area right here for severe weather today. Taking a look at day one tornado outlook. We're in a 2% risk zone. Which is not very high, I understand. But our hail risk, we're actually right on the edge of 15% for some hail risk. There's some hatch risk down here in Texas. They're going to see some pretty big hail today. As far as winds, we are 30%. We're going to see some large wind, some damaging wind today. Tomorrow, let's just take a look at it while we're looking. We have a marginal risk of some severe weather. They're really, it's as Ryan Hall would say, it's meh in less than 2% in all areas. Hail, we're right outside this 5% on hail tomorrow. But as far as wind damage, we're on the 5% tomorrow as well. And then the day 3, we got a lot of thunderstorm areas for day 3. I'm not sure we're going to see too much on Sunday. But this is for today, y'all. So we're going to keep that up. So we'll take a look at our composite reflectivity. So what we're going to see on the radar throughout the day. This is at 12 p.m. We're looking at 1 p.m. Of course, keep in mind that we are right in this area right here. That's 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. We're going to start seeing some things really form. We might see a pop-up or two before then, but the real line is going to reach us about 4 p.m. for sure. 5 p.m. we're going to be covered. I would honestly say that around the 5 p.m. mark, we need to be prepared. 6 p.m. even into 7 p.m. We're still going to see some pretty strong stuff. Moving on into overnight, we're going to have a little bit of a break. Might see some things around the 3 and 4 mark. As far as 7 a.m., tomorrow morning, to 8 a.m., 9, even 10, 11, 12, through tomorrow, so the morning tomorrow and this evening, we're gonna still see some stuff coming our way. So, then we'll take a look at temperatures, and we'll actually kind of describe this process to you. Let's see if we can do that efficiently. See if we can do this to that. All right. No. All right. So, we'll try and describe this and explain it as well as we can. There are 3 ingredients for severe weather, and that's going to be moisture in the atmosphere, how much humidity, how much, what our dew point is, or our moisture in our surface level. At the moment, we have quite a bit. Instability. That means what rises from the earth is allowed to lift unhindered into the atmosphere. And the larger, we can describe this in a second. And then lift. The moist air, the instability, has to have a catalyst for lifting up into the atmosphere. That can be mountains or different, different topographical regions can lift this air up, and that's why, you see a lot of storms develop over the Rockies, and then over those plains, it's already been lifted and it's started to form, and it grabs this warm air from the Gulf, and that produces a lot of tornadoes. So, for the first thing, the moisture and the instability. We'll talk about why sunshine this morning was not a specifically good thing for the severe weather today. So we have the surface down here, right? And we have air, warm air, because the sun is heating the surface of the earth, and all this warm air is being produced. Let's see if I can actually do this. Sorry, I'm gonna. Let's see. Beauty. That's way better. Good deal. So, what happens in this situation is this warm air heats up from the sun, and as we're looking today, sitting at 1 o'clock today, we're going to have temperatures that reach into the mid to upper 70s, and then 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we're seeing temperatures at 3 o'clock, that could reach into 80 degrees today. So what this does is it causes instability in this way. We have the atmosphere above us, and we have the LCL, the lifted convection level. The lower it is means the lower the cloud base is. That's why a lot of times you'll see a lot of tornadoes spawn out of low-lying clouds that are close to the earth. So this is the atmosphere above us right here, and this warm air is caused to rise because there is a cold front coming in, and when these two fronts meet, it causes a lifting action to happen to this warm air into the cold atmosphere. So that's the act of convection, when the atmosphere takes what's down on the surface level, lifts it up, and this thing is starting to blend in with this atmosphere above. So the sun heats the surface and the air above it. If the warm air is forced to rise, it will continue rising and stays warmer than the air around it until it levels out at an equilibrium. So if it's somewhere in here, this equilibrium level, if it's a low distance here, that is a low CAPE, right? If the equilibrium level is higher, that is higher CAPE. And what happens in this instance is this warm air is caused to lift and to be interacting with these different particles, these cold particles in the air. And all these particles have free reign to just act all crazy, and the wind, is moving it around. It's the instability is CAPE. The higher the CAPE number, the more instability is in our atmosphere. As it rises, it transfers heat to the upper atmosphere, right? That's the act of convection, is that rising air up into the upper atmosphere. As the water vapor cools, it releases this energy in the form of heat. So heat is energy. And if it has more room to rise, it has more instability when it releases that energy into the atmosphere. So that is what we're working with. We're working with high temperatures on the surface that is meeting with this front that's coming through, and it's causing a lot of problems. We also, CAPE is convective available potential energy. So that is the amount of energy that is in our atmosphere is CAPE, if you hear anybody talking about CAPE. Then there's the SIN level. The SIN level is the convective inhibition. So when you hear, meteorologists talking about a cap, so if we have a chance for warm air to move in and mix with this rising air, it develops a cap where these molecules, these parcels of air can start chilling out a lot sooner. And that's cap. So what we always want is a high SIN level. That means that there's a high convective inhibition. That puts kind of like, well, just like it says, it's a cap. Puts a cap on these storms. The lower the SIN means that this warm air is not mixing, and we have a higher possibility for these parcels to move, freely. So, and heading back to see what we're talking about here, we have higher temperatures reaching in at 2 and 3, and then we finally see at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour. There's a 15-degree drop in our temperature. 5 and 6 o'clock. That's because this cold front has moved through, right? And then we see through tomorrow morning, where we start lifting up again. We see, temperatures in the, well, not as high, but the upper levels are cooling off as well. So it's all based on one meets a temperature, the other comes in, surface temperature comes back. So, so we'll take a look at our total rainfall, from now until May 3rd, tomorrow at 7 p.m. You're looking at almost an inch of rain falling in our area. So we're, that's not something to scoff at for sure. And then we start seeing wind gusts. Wind gusts for today. Here's 1 p.m. We had to 3. Right at around 5 o'clock. Again, this 4 and 5 o'clock hour. And we're going to start seeing it. We've got, wind gusts of up to 40, 50 miles per hour in this line of storms here. So now we start looking at these parameters, these good parameters here. So we look at the most unstable CAPE for today, the most unstable atmospheric conditions for storms to produce. At 11 o'clock this morning, we were sitting at about 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's pretty high. You're looking at some very severe CAPE over here underneath Memphis. right on the Mississippi Memphis line right here at 3,700. You're reading some pretty high stuff. When you reach anything over 3,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, you're looking at some pretty unstable atmosphere. At noon today, we're looking at over 3,000 CAPE. We're still looking that way about 1 o'clock. So you can see that little red dot on us. At 3, we're kind of dying down, right? So although we're going to see some high winds come in, our landscape is going to become more stable as the 5 o'clock hour approaches. So do I think we're going to see a significant tornado? I don't. I think we're going to see some high winds. We're going to see some hail. We're going to see some pretty severe weather. But 2 or 3 o'clock, we're looking like it's passing out of our area. Of course, then you got to think about this, though. Even at 2 p.m., sitting at, 2,100 CAPE, 2,300 at 3, even into the 4 o'clock hour, we're sitting at 2,300. This is enough for these storms to start producing some serious weather. Now, remember what I said. With CAPE, you want the number to be, or with SIN, you want your inhibition to be higher. So that's these colors right here. When you start getting into colors like purple and the pink and stuff like that, it starts to get pretty bad. When you're looking anything less than 300 joules per kilogram in SIN, it's not good for your atmosphere. So as far as what we're looking at in our area, at 2 p.m., we're looking at the CAP rising. The CAP, not the CAPE, but the CAP rising from our area. And then at 5 p.m., I'm going to hit this 5 p.m. You're looking at a pretty low cap for these storm systems to die off. And they could have a lot of free rain, even 6, 7, going into 1 a.m. And then we look into tomorrow. Not looking like there's going to be a lot of fuel for the storms tomorrow. I think we probably will get some thunderstorms tomorrow. And we're going to look at the supercell composite. And this combines CAPE and wind shear together. So at 1 p.m., we're looking okay. Starting at about 2, 3 p.m., we're going to start seeing signs of higher winds and the capability of, our CAPE rising into very high numbers. I don't see anything too concerning here as far as supercell. That doesn't mean that these can't, you see all these little blips down here. And I'll try and zoom in on this map right above me. That's these little small little supercells that come in, and we're actually about to see, I believe, our first raindrop, our first storm of the day. So then we're going to look at that of what I like to look at in these situations to see if stuff is severe. It's the SIGTOR, or the significant tornado composite. And so what we're compiling here is 0 to 6 kilometer wind shear, helicity, Cape, SEN level, the LCL level, which is that lower cloud, how low these clouds are. And then the lower the LCL, it increases tornado risk as air parcel acceleration occurs closer to the surface, what we were talking about. The acceleration rate is faster and faster when the clouds are lower and lower. So we take a look at the SIGTOR around 2 o'clock. This really doesn't look too concerning. I really do think we're going to see anything too awful in these. I think we're going to see some storms develop. Some could be pretty intense with high wind and hail, but I don't think we're going to see anything too bad in our atmosphere today. So that is what we're showing. And actually, at the moment, we're showing a storm moving into Tullahoma at the moment. One crossing lower Shelbyville. Yeah, so I think we're about to experience our first little rain shower of the day. Sure, there's too much lightning in this guy right here. In fact, I don't think there's any lightning in it at all. But I do think we're going to see our first storm of the day. Nothing as far as wind goes. We're not looking at anything too bad here. So we do still have so we got Linden over there. We do have Decaturville up on camera right here. They just got through getting smashed with that line. That just came through. That's Decaturville right there. And so in the other window, we have Linden, Tennessee. Actually, I might head back to Savannah real quick. Man, really see those LCLs, those low-lying cloud bases in Savannah as this storm rolls into Savannah. You see the storms are coming from this direction. You can also see the wind and the trees blowing. This lower cloud base is exactly what we're talking about. Is that the lower the cloud base is, the easier for acceleration to happen. And we're also seeing these clouds start rolling into where we are in Tullahoma. I think we might stay on Pulaski for a little bit. We can actually do a little multi-view here. Take a look at all of our cams. We have downtown Tullahoma right above my head. We've got Wilson Avenue to my immediate right for you, Pulaski, and then Linden, Tennessee. Actually, that's Savannah. Use that real quick. So Tullahoma, you're about to get hit with some heavy rain for just a few. It's not going to be long. In Savannah, Tennessee. Finally raining in Savannah. And now we're hearing it. Tullahoma, you're starting to rain. It's Wilson Avenue starting to rain. Got downtown starting to rain. Again, we're not really going to see this line right here produce much more than a little blip of a storm at the moment. We might see a slightly elevated winds with this, but nothing too bad. We'll probably see a lot of rain for about 5-10 minutes, maybe a little bit more. Then it'll die down on this round. Now, as far as the rest of the day, if you're just tuning in, we got some stuff coming for us. Again, SPC has put us under a severe thunderstorm watch. And of course, we're in an enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5 risk for storms today. Above us is moderate and the high risk. High risk is not common, but an enhanced risk means we need to be prepared today for some pretty strong weather coming for us. So, again, Tullahoma, we're just looking at a small pop-up cell right here. Nothing to be too concerned about. Even as far as velocity, we're not going to see a lot on this. Normandy. You're tuning in from Normandy. You're about to get hit as well. Some pretty strong rain coming for you. Not looking at hail just yet. And I do say just yet. I'm gonna sit. I'll join you down there. This is not the only line. Once again, this is not the only line that's going to come our way today. We're going to have quite a bit of activity today. Unfortunately, at least that's what's being predicted. In fact, we can actually see, here's something pretty cool to watch, right? Is the birth of these supercells that pop up. You can see down here in Rogersville, just above Rogersville, underneath Pulaski. In fact, Pulaski's right above me. So, you can see near Pulaski what's happening in that area is the birth of these smaller cells that are popping up, and they're moving in for lack of a better word, they're moving in our direction. This is happening because of just what we talked about at the beginning of the stream. We have this warm moisture in our atmosphere from the sun. From the sun heating up our atmosphere, we've got all this warm moisture that's moving in. So you have all these smaller cells that are kind of popping up, and then they'll grow and they'll grow and they'll move. Right? That's the way these storms work, and especially with these severe storms, that's kind of the danger of them. You can look at the radar 1 minute, and on the next scan, you can see a lot more prominent feature on some of these cells that pop up. So just like this, and you can watch this cell birth right here. That's a pretty cool thing to watch. It's not something that we like, but it is pretty cool to watch. So we're watching everything today. In fact, when you watch these radars and you look at a lot of weather on a daily, you can see which areas are actually ripe with energy for these storms by just how many of these cells will start popping up from out of nowhere. All right. And we've got a ton of these that are coming up. And I would say what we have today is going to start moving through up to, the Louisville area, Lexington area, Bowling Green. That's just the nature of our atmosphere today. That's what it's producing. In a new thunderstorm warning. Oh, out here in Texas. Yeah, see, Texas has a lot more warm air to play with. And you can see a hail signature here pretty large. Yeah, it's an inch of hail. Got less than 50-mile-an-hour winds, but quarter-size hail is nothing to scoff at for sure. So Normandy, you just had a storm roll through. Take a look at Pulaski at the moment, a little bit larger. Pulaski is right here. And we'll also take a look at Ardmore, Tennessee. And the reason I like to look at Ardmore quite a bit is because a lot of our weather does stem from the Ardmore area, right? Just like what we're seeing. These things start forming, go up through Ardmore, and then head our way. So here's Ardmore, which is on this screen right here. And whatever we see here typically makes its way this way towards us. Wow. Have some severe storm warnings up here in Ohio. Photo verified just over 1.75 inches diameter of hail. Up here near Belafonte. Might see a little small area of rotation right here around the Walnut Grove area. See a little bit of an echo hook coming on that. Well, another severe thunderstorm warning down here near Pleasant Hill in Louisiana. Now you can really see these near Ruston, Louisiana, heading into Bastrop. It looks like about 2 inch, maybe inch in hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds coming in with this storm. There's another alert. Oh, we'll take a look. Yeah, there's another one. In Tennessee. Storm looks pretty nasty, y'all. Inch and hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, yeah, we see a little bit of inflow happening here, or at least trying to happen. You can see here. And then we head back to a reflective radar. And you can see that hook, right? And you see this echo hook starting to form. Kind of whenever this happens on radar, that's what we're kind of looking for. Might be something trying to spin up here near Savannah. Velocity looks like it might be right there with it. Don't see much as far as debris happening, so I'm not sure that's on the ground, but at least we can see. Oh, there's a new scan that came in. Yeah. Still looks like it. Another thunderstorm warning. Oh, down here in Georgia. I mean, they're popping up all over the place today. So we got an inch and hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming in just past the Alpharetta area in Georgia, heading toward Flowery Branch. But y'all, here's what we're talking about today. All this stuff right here is going to start heading into our area. And that's what's going to be the main crux of the severe weather today. I still think we have a good solid 3 hours to go for this to reach us. But again, with severe weather days, you can't discount the fact that some of these right here that pop up like this can't just pop up and start forming and head into our area as well. So lots of things to watch out for. And, you know, we talk about having an unstable atmosphere, having moist air conditions, warm surface temperatures, all these different conditions that are conducive to have severe weather produce in our area is what we have. And so you'll see a lot of these that would spark up like this. And any one of these can start producing some pretty intense storms throughout today. Man, this guy right here near Savannah, heading up into Waynesboro. So whenever you see this signature on a radar, you'll see some intense reflectivity off the radar here. Most of this red area, even into the start of the pink, is going to be some heavy rain. When you start seeing blacks and whites in here in this area, that's going to be a significant hail that's being picked up by radar. That's what we have. Man, I don't know. And you can start seeing a little bit of a debris signature coming in with this. I'm kind of interested in what's going to happen with this storm right here near Savannah. And what's more interesting is to see its path, because at the moment, looks like Hohenwald, Mount Pleasant. Let's see. Waynesboro, the Hohenwald area is going to probably extend. This will be extended. We'll probably see some severe weather out there. So this little area right here has been able to grow, pick up some steam, even in the Fayetteville area. We can see these little offshoots, these little cells that start out small, and if given enough energy, they're going to be able to grow and produce some severe storms throughout the day. But we're going to have a little bit of a break. Once again, you see these splits off. It splits off right here, and we're gonna start seeing this little bubble right here heading our way towards Lynchburg, heading into Tullahoma, Shelbyville. You've got one that's coming towards North Shelbyville from the Lewisburg area. Let's see here. Let's take a look at Pleasantville, Tennessee, which is right in the middle of this. So we're near the Hohenwald area. I was going to start getting this right here. Actually, let's go to Centerville. Yeah, what a great cam that is. This storm is starting to roll through Centerville. You can see Ardmore is starting to get some rain falling in the area. Just right there, what we're going to start seeing here soon. Heading into Fayetteville soon. We might have less than 3 hours here, y'all. We might have just a couple. These storms are starting to move pretty fast. Let's take a look at Winchester real quick. We're going to start seeing some clouds roll in. All right, Cam and Winchester. Boy, the camera in Winchester's having some issues, huh? Hey, Shelbyville, just to let you know, you all had a live cam. That we were able to tune into. Don't know where it went. Just kind of disappeared. Just kind of disappeared. Would have loved to have a chance to tune into you today. Can't remember where it was, but we do have a close cam on you in do have some cams on you in Lewisburg and Centerville. Centerville's up here, about to get hit with this line right here. Up here near Dixon. You see the cam in Centerville just trying to hang on with all its might. Yeah, it's trying to hold on, y'all. You can see the wind and the trees down here. Maybe you can't. Let's see. Some pretty high wind, 60 mile an hour wind. Inch and a quarter size hail moving into the Centerville area. We're going to keep that cam on there. The storm down here, of course, just got an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to head into Clifton and Waynesboro, head up towards Ashland, Tennessee. Let's see, just got another warning. Yeah, so looking at that storm that just got warned, well, you got another warning for Rome, well, heading into Adairsville, Georgia, into Fairmont. I still think there's just a little bit of slight rotation. I know that in the atmosphere itself, there's a little bit of a rotation with this storm that's heading into Waynesboro. Let's see. Waynesboro up through Turkey Track, Napier. There's a little bit of rotation in that atmosphere right there. Whether it produces anything or not, and you can see the hook right here. Yeah. So, yeah. Just taking a look around, and before this stuff gets to us too quickly, we can discuss what we're looking at as far as when we look at radar and hooks and potential storms that roll in. Let's take a look at, let's see. So we have on the radar, when we look at reflectivity, and what we're talking about as an echo hook or a hook, there's going to be a line that comes in like this, blah, blah, blah. Right? And this part right here is what we're calling the hook. It's an echo hook. So what that means is this space right here is given energy to start rising up into the atmosphere. This is the forward flank downdraft, or the downdraft of the storm, which wraps around this right here, and this is typically this area right here is typically where a tornado will form, where those two things come together. And that's what we mean with a hook. When these storms start producing all these little hooks that form out of these little blips that show up on the radar that have been happening in our atmosphere all day. And will continue to. These can produce pretty strong winds, because any one of these can start forming these hooks where that low pressure air up from the Gulf can start rising up, and surface temperatures can start rising up into this atmosphere. And with the lower cloud level, they can start spinning. So that's what we mean by a hook. And then when we look at velocity in the radar, say we have a radar tower that's right here. Okay. If we have red here and green here, bright green here, what this means is red is heading towards, that should be it. Gosh, I never get this right. Woo! So I'm glad I got that right. Anyways, let's try this one more time. So here's a radar. As we look, we have an area of red, and I knew this. I don't know why. Green is go. Come on in. So green is towards the radar. Red is away. Right? So red is winds moving away. Green is moving towards the radar. And when you see these hooks that have green here and red here that are close together and they're bright in color, that means that one is moving in this direction and the other is moving in this direction, and it is the vortex that's being created. So that's that. Couple warnings here. Pulaski, the storm that's moving up to your area from Lexington, if you're in Pulaski, or if you know anybody in Pulaski, let them know that they're about to get hit with 60-mile-an-hour winds and an inch size hail moving into their direction. In fact, we can just take a look at Pulaski at the moment. Yeah, we'll take a look at Pulaski. We're starting to see these pop off. Starting to see all these storms start popping off. Wow. And they just This area down here near Florence is a huge area. Extended to a huge area near Florence, Alabama. 60-mile-an-hour winds, inch of hail. Another teaching opportunity here. Whenever you have a hook in the radar, something that looks like this, and then you have velocity on radar, something that looks, well, something a little brighter than, but looks kind of like this. This is going away, coming towards. The next thing that you look for to see if a radar indicated tornado is on the ground is a debris signature. And we did have that, but there's a big spot of blue right here. So call it a debris ball, but it's basically a little circle of blue that shows up on the radar, on the correlation coefficient radar, that shows you larger objects in the atmosphere that's being picked up by this cyclonic rotation. Pulaski. About to get a pretty good storm in Pulaski. You can see Pulaski, the lower right-hand side of your screen. Just going to do it. Very quick break so I can cough. All right. I also wanted to stand up. It's about time that I stand up. Trying to see if we can see some of that rotation on this cam. Let's see if we can find it. And so we're taking a look here at Centerville. Wow. Look at these low-lying clouds coming in. I like to find out where this camera is because on screen, I'll try and zoom in. You can see it right above my head. This velocity signature. Oh, there goes the wind, picking up pretty hard. I think you can actually see this. Slight rotation. At least in the upper atmosphere, we can see, a little bit of rotation there. You definitely see some hail. 1.25 inch hail. The storm's heading up to Lyles and White Bluff and Kingston Springs. Coming back in on us. See the storm hitting Pulaski. Again, the interesting thing is we watched the cell be birthed, basically. Remember, this was the cell that just started out down here. Started coming up towards Minor Hill. Now it's on its way to Pulaski. Now we can see atmospheric rotation happening here in Pulaski. You see a lot of that with these supercells on these severe days. Now we're starting to get some warnings up in Kentucky. Some of these storms that are starting to spurt off up here. Now check this out right here. This is the camera from Centerville. Check out the trees at the bottom. You really see that 60, 70 mile an hour winds coming in there. They're about out of it though. You could actually hear the hail. That's why I turned off the volume. All right. I'm going to take a quick bio break before some more of these storms start heading into our way. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. All right. This storm down here near Pulaski is looking like it's starting to skirt Pulaski. So I'm being asked about, oh man. These guys are starting to pop up with warnings. Anyways, I've been asked about the Tullahoma Wildcat games tonight. We do have some playoff baseball games supposed to happen today. If you're listening and you want to attend, there's a game at 4 p.m. There's a game at 7 p.m. is when our varsity team plays Franklin County. I would say that game could probably happen. That 7 p.m. game depends on how the field is. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to respond. So we could actually take a look at this real quick again. So we'll take a look at. Actually, let's refresh this real quick. See if we got some new info coming in. All right. So we'll take a look at 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I'm not sure there's going to be too many outdoor activities being played tonight. You know, as you can see through the composite reflectivity, here's 4 o'clock, 5, 6, 7, about 8 o'clock, you know, it starts to roll out. By that time, that field's going to be absolutely soaked. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we will see. All right. All right, so we'll keep an eye. Shelbyville. That's up in North Shelbyville, just coming through. Got Louisiana in there. Yeah. Wow. So down here near Waynesboro, heading into possibly the Lawrenceburg area, I can see a little bit of this direction coming down into Lawrenceburg. We're going to stay on Pulaski. These storms actually look like they might congeal into one big supercell. And if it's on trajectory, staying this path, we might see some pretty strong stuff here soon. I'm hearing the alerts. I'm not seeing the alerts. Why is that? All right. Tullahoma, Shelbyville. We're about to see our second round of rain popping in here. Actually, let's see this. See if we can actually find a camera on. That's, yeah, nice. There's a live look at Waynesboro right now. Looks like the hail has died down some. You know what? We're kind of starting to see a little bit of rotation happening here. At least in the atmosphere, that's what we're seeing. The storm just past Fayetteville's kind of breaking up a little bit. So we just got an extension on this storm here past Pulaski. Stuff's coming up towards Cornersville and Lewisburg. Decided for an inch of hail, 60 miles per hour wind. That's kind of the base, by the way. If you ever see the severe thunderstorm warning, that's the base. 60 mile an hour winds, 1 inch of hail. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. So over here, Brush Creek, you're seeing some area of pretty strong rotation. Even a little debris cloud here, or debris ball. All right. Well, what I'm actually seeing, honestly, is this front moving this way, which is pushing this way. We might actually see some of that. Take a look at downtown Tullahoma at the moment. Some large, ominous SLC, scary looking clouds rolling in. Here's a look at Pulaski. Getting some nice lightning strikes. Let's see. Let's go. And another severe thunderstorm warning down here in Jasper, Texas. We'll take a look at Tullahoma at the moment. Once again, seeing some SLC, scary looking clouds rolling in. Another one up here in Kentucky. Hartford, Beaver Dam area. Severe thunderstorm warning. Another near Friars Point. Oh, yeah. That is absolutely the definition of an echo hook. And we can zoom in here even a little bit more. Might be our first tornado of the day. Man, good spring. Goodspring, Minor Hill, Goodspring, Pulaski, even up to Cornersville. Be prepared. This thing is dropping some hail. This is going to be probably they're going to extend this warning and maybe even upgrade it. So here's what we're talking about with radar signatures. Okay, I'll describe it a little bit more. Here's our radar tower, right? Here's the direction it's pointing, and here is going away, coming towards. Right there. And you can actually see it, right? You can actually see this thing starting to rotate in the upper atmosphere. So if you see this, with your velocity, teamed up with hail, and you see a hook signature, Up here again in Kentucky, or Owensboro. The Owensboro National Weather Service, or Kentucky, they like to pull triggers, which is okay. Some of these storms deserve it, but and this might be the strongest storm we have at the moment. Looking at that hail signature moving up to Pulaski, we have there it is. First tornado warning of the day is in Ohio. Is in Murrow, Ohio. Near Mount Gilead. Hey, for real, y'all, Pulaski. Let's do this. We're going to get another camera on Pulaski at the moment. We're going to get a couple. As this thing moves up. So I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to knock on wood, right? For all that we have seen in this line of severe weather, for it to stay to our east and start going upwards in this direction is a gracious gift from God. This very easily could have kept its eastward trajectory start producing some strong stuff for us. Now we're gonna watch this right here. This is gonna grow into something pretty banging right here near New Market. Because that is on line to come up through Huntland. And we're about to see another one come up through Beach Hill and Browington into our area. We're gonna get hit with a couple of things pretty soon. Do you know anybody out in Mount Pleasant area? Rockdale, Sandy Hook, Summertown. Let them know there's some severe weather coming their way. Ding dang allergies. This storm that's heading into Pulaski starting to tone down just a bit, which is a good thing. As well as this storm coming up from Beach Hill. All right. Let's check out that tornado warning. Looks like there's a new warning up here. No, there's not. Well, So we currently have 26 alerts. We have a tornado warning, 22 severe thunderstorm warnings, and a flash flood warning. Oof. One other coming in. Okay. All right, we hear you. And that tornado warning was allowed to expire. Another severe warning in Texas. Let's stand, shall we? All rise. I'll meet you up there. We can see Pulaski. Getting a nice storm at the moment is Pulaski. Shelbyville. You're about to get hit with a storm. At least the north part of Shelbyville. About to get hit with a storm. Near Anchor Mill, Fall Creek, Paul's Mill. Unionville. Unionville actually has a pretty strong storm at the moment. And this storm coming up through Flintville, Huntland. It's heading our way, y'all. Be ready. All right. The microphone's in place. We're good to go. My goodness, y'all. This is in Pulaski at the moment. This is also in Pulaski, but we really can't see much out of this. Now you do see at the bottom of the screen some of these trees. My goodness, y'all. See the wind start picking up just a hair here in town. Looks like the storm beneath us is starting to pick up a little bit of energy. Heading into Shady Grove, Beach Hill, Timms Ford Lake. Never understood Tim's Ford. Does Tim own a Ford? Is it possessive? Are there Fords in the lake? So I'll let you know, in Pulaski, Minor Hill area, so 70 degrees when these storms went through. It's now 60 degrees. Just to let you know about the drop in temperature. Oh, Jackson, Tennessee has a severe warning. Hmm. Wow. All right, so up around Shady Grove, Beach Hill. Actually, down around Shady Grove, Beach Hill. Just past Flintville. Starting to see some more concerning things as far as hail signatures. And this is moving in this direction. So, excuse me. That just came up. Wow. The Loma Loretta Pulaski area under a flood watch. We do have another tornado warning right outside of Houston. So before the storm actually gets here, we're going to take a look at this real quick. So this is from the SPC. Sporadic large hail and damaging winds throughout late afternoon. Most probable peak intensity winds in between 55 and 70 miles an hour. Hail is an inch to 1 3/4 inch hail. That's our area, y'all. That is our area. So y'all be ready, okay? All right. All right. We're taking a look. Winchester, you're starting to get some storms rolling in. And with this storm coming into Tullahoma, I mean, you can see a signature on radar of some spots of hail, some hail signatures. This looks like it's heading right in our direction, y'all. Might skirt a little bit west. So it's probably going to roll into Lynchburg within the next 3 to 5 minutes. Start seeing some really heavy rain. Let's check out velocity, see if it's got some. Yeah, for sure. Could see upwards of 45, 50 mile an hour wind gusts on this thing as well. And it's actually picking up steam. Heading through Lynchburg, Hilltop County line. And from there, probably will hit Normandy. So we'll just be ready, y'all. We'll just be prepared. Christiana. We're about to get hit as well. With these storms up here that are heading kind of towards the end of Murfreesboro. Here you are. We're now severe warned for the storm rolling in. Oof. I don't know why I just don't get it. All right, Lynchburg. Lynchburg, you got some hail signature moving right into downtown Lynchburg at the moment. And you can actually see this, the larger view of Tullahoma. Let's see back here. Right back here. You see these storms rolling in. So we got some storms rolling in. And you can see it off in the distance. There's some SLCs, some scary looking clouds back there. But we are just left out of the severe thunderstorm warning for some reason. They just wanted to leave us out, I guess, this whole area. But it's rolling in, y'all. And if you missed it earlier, now would be a good time to have people start tuning in. I know a lot of people have cut the cable recently with cable and gone to internet. And so a lot of people still don't have a good, decent way to find out about weather alerts. So if you have anybody that needs to hear this for today's storm, have them tune in now. And now is the time. We'll take a look at this one more time, actually. But before this storm hits, you can see here the SPC has released a MESA scale discussion for our region for sporadic large hail and damaging winds through late afternoon, and we are right in there. That is winds between 55 and 70 miles per hour, hail in between an inch and 1 3/4 inches. There might be some spin up activity happening. You can never be too sure with these storms. So my hope and the way this actually works is that you would share this and get the word around so people can be safe. So if you would do that, that'd be awesome. So Lynchburg, downtown Lynchburg, we can see a hail signature on this reflectivity radar right here, and it is moving in this direction. So Lynchburg, be prepared. Of course, this is a severe storm warned with an inch of hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving into Lynchburg. Shelbyville, looks like you're going to receive this storm that Pulaski had, and I'm not too sure, but it looks as though we might be seeing an echo hook here. Actually, I am sure that's what that is. What's happening is there's an inflow of warm air and the left flank downdraft. There's also another hook, so we're going to keep an eye on that as well. But we can also see in our velocity there is rotation to this, whether it's upper atmosphere, but there is a signature here. So we're going to keep an eye on this as it heads, and you can actually see the rotation. Look at this. So watch it come up, and you can see the rotation happening with this. And man, we're seeing some pretty high winds coming in through Lynchburg at the moment. Let's take a look. So yeah, 50-mile-an-hour winds coming with this. And it looks like the hail signature is actually pointing a little bit more east. And you can see it spreading out as well. We might get an extension on this warning right here coming into our area. Sherwood, Sewanee, Midway, Tantalon, St. Mary's. You're about to get a large storm. You might be severe warned on this as well. Yeah, there's some pretty high winds coming in with this as well. But for us here in Tullahoma, we've got a storm coming in. Again, does look like there is a little bit of upper atmosphere rotation in with this storm over here, coming up near Cornersville, heading in towards the north side of Shelbyville. Actually, it looks like it's on track to hit Shelbyville as it is. Yeah. So Shelbyville, be prepared, y'all. This might be the start of our bad weather for the day. You know, we've known that around the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour, we're gonna get some things. And there we have it on the bottom. Severe thunderstorm watch issued May 2nd at 9:59 a.m. until May 2nd at 5 p.m. for our area. So ticker's showing you what we got. Again, y'all, I don't need viewers. What I need is for people to be safe. So if you know of somebody who needs to watch this, please share. The more people we get watching, the better we can keep people safe. So we'll take a look at Estill Springs, the view there. Y'all, please forgive me. Yeah. We might be seeing a little bit of area of rotation on this storm. Out near Lynchburg, honestly. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Yeah, you can see these clouds coming in, rolling in. The Sewanee. Y'all forgive me for just one quick second. All right, y'all, we can see the clouds rolling in. SLCs. And please understand this. This is not it for today. We're going to be seeing these things pop up all afternoon and evening. All right. Rolling in past Lynchburg, Tullahoma, we're about to see some heavy rain. Maybe a few flashes of lightning. But as we look, we have got a lot more to go, y'all. Down here. This whole area is on track to make its way towards us. So looks like we got a long evening ahead of us. And you can actually see a little bit of upper level rotation here as this comes up. Right there. All right, we're tracking this storm, y'all. Coming in. I'm not sure there's too much lightning involved with this. Might hear a few rumblings of thunder with this. but this is actually heading up towards Normandy and Wartrace. Shelbyville. Actually, this our whole area is about to get hit with that line that's coming in. This line right here. It's all making its way towards us, maybe at different times, but it's all coming in for us. So just be prepared, be ready. We've kind of lowered this radius of the severe storm to just skirt, excuse me, to skirt Tullahoma. That does look like the hail signature has dropped a little bit as well. Yeah, Shelbyville. People out in that area, if you know somebody in Shelbyville, send them a link to this or tell them about it, or just at least send them a heads up and say, hey, you got some pretty intense weather coming your way. Suwannee, you're almost there on that. You're almost on that the edge of a severe warning for Suwannee. Yeah. I mean, there's some pretty high winds with this right here. Probably 40, 50 mile an hour winds. And if you don't think anything over 60 mile an hour is dangerous, it can knock over trees. 60, 70 mile an hour winds can knock over trees, can cause some damage. So, be prepared. If you have some stuff on your porch or outside that you want protected, I would do that now. And we've dipped down a bit in our area with severe warnings, but understand that our atmosphere is being primed with these storms that are rolling in, and they're just going to grow in intensity. Whether we can sustain a cap that can go on top of that and kind of calm those down, that's yet to be seen. We'll have to wait until we see something. It is pretty interesting though, and I'm kind of concerned that this flow action, what's happening here, we're seeing this come up and this come over. And so I'm kind of concerned about this area once these two things join, whether they cause some spinning action to occur, or if there's just going to be, an intensified, severe weather event. So keep that in mind as well. Not here to scare anybody. We're here to inform and keep everybody safe. So. And now we've seen a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Aberdeen, Mississippi. All right, so I'm watching this as well. So Shelbyville, you're going to start seeing some rain moving in. Tullahoma, I know you've already started seeing some rain. We see a live look at Estill Springs. Live look at Florence. Oh, wait. Wow. So Normandy, you're next up. Heading in War Trace. Shelbyville, you're already starting to see some pretty strong rain. All right. Oh, we're sinking. It's quicksand. These storms are dying down just a hair as they reach Shelbyville. But you can see this line kind of tapering off to the south, though. So All right, here comes another round. Moving into Lynchburg, then heading our way in Tullahoma. War Trace. About to get some pretty strong rain. Fudge around. Fudge around. That's not a real word. Could have called that one. Should have called that one. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is for an area. Near Fayetteville. Heading towards, well, you know what we need to do is head back to Estill Springs. Actually, let's head to Winchester. Moore County, Lincoln County, Western Franklin County. Located near Fayetteville, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Penny size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Lynchburg, Thamesford Lake, Beans Creek, Elora, Herdlow. Be prepared. Man, I do not like that at all. It's moving pretty quick. Starting to see the winds pick up in Tullahoma. And the rain's coming down. Shelbyville's finally got a little bit of a break. All right, Estill Springs, Winchester. You're about to see a strong storm. Tullahoma, we're already seeing some rain, wind, lightning, thunder. There's a live look at Estill Springs as this rolls in. Here's a look at Minor Hill. So check this out. We're actually seeing this make a trajectory path towards Tullahoma. Way to go, Coffee County. You did it again. Missed it again. Here's some thunder here. So we're looking live at Estill Springs. We're currently seeing this signature You can see the lowering of the LCLs at low cloud base. I'm trying to see if there is rotation in this. As we can see on the signature right here. Right? It's right here. I don't think we're pointed in the right direction. I think we're actually pointed this way towards Tim's Ford. So I'm trying to see if Anyway, still Tullahoma, we're getting a storm at the moment. We're seeing high winds, a lot of rain, lightning, thunder. Check out the lightning strikes here. You can see them. Tullahoma's getting a nice storm. So is Estill Springs. And they just extended the severe storm past Estill Springs. On its way to Capitol Hill and Shady Grove, Prairie Plains. And we're seeing a nice storm here in Tullahoma. And Estill Springs is in the thick of it. So we're going to see this storm last for another 5-10 minutes. Still a little bit of lightning with this storm. Not as much as there was. This is going to die down. Then we're going to see, obviously, more and more rounds today. In fact, there's some coming up from Huntsville and Florence area, the Hamilton area in Alabama. So we're going to see some more rounds. This will not be the only one today. In fact, we'll probably see some past the 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm watch. We'll probably see some past then, maybe even into 6 and 7 o'clock range. All right, so we're almost through with the storm. Be back in a few. Little bio break, maybe eat a little lunch. And all that stuff. All right, I'll see you. All right, y'all. We're back. We ate something, and it was awesome. Now we're looking at Texas. Woof. Baseball-sized hail with this radar-indicated tornado. We see some little cells breaking off. See some cells breaking off of this main line right here. Should come up here soon. The new severe thunderstorm watch. For quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds down at Fayetteville. Mm-hmm. There are 57 alerts active at the moment. There's a tornado warning. Tornado warning in Texas, and 43 severe thunderstorm warnings. Check out these clouds rolling in. Oof. Well, hope we're all safe. I don't think I'm going to stream anymore for nobody. Goodbye.